Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the Judiciary Committee meeting for Wednesday, April 19th to order. And we will stand in recess as the parties continue to caucus.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'd like to convene this Judiciary Committee meeting for Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. We'll begin, if there are any, with remarks from my co-chair. Ranking members, seeing none, we'll move right into our agenda. Roman numeral number 3, bills for consideration from the House and Senate. Substitute for Senate Bill number 152, an act concerning the protection of warehouse workers. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Representative Stastrom, seconded by Representative Sims. Representative Stastrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this bill has a variety of sections to it related to underlying labor provisions on rights of warehouse workers. This committee's cognizance, I believe, is relatively limited to the penalties for violating those provisions, which begin on line 132 and continue through to line 152. Mr. Chair, in lines 148 through 152, there's language relating to the right to recover attorney's fees in a successful suit brought under this statute. While that provision does work both ways for whichever party prevails in the action, in line 149, it seems to me that the language reads that the court is required to award attorney's fees to the prevailing party, which in most instances in our courts, obviously each party bears their own legal expenses, but where there is a fee shift, that fee shift is permissive and gives the judge discretion to order it. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I would make a motion that we amend the word shall in line 149 to change that to may. So again, the motion is in line 149 to change the word shall to may.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Osborne. Discussion. Representative Fishbond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to note that the amendment is a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. That being the case, is there further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Further discussion on the underlying bill. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've had this bill in the Labor Committee, and I have a number of concerns with it, but I wanted to ask you a question that we weren't able to really get a legitimate answer for when debating the bill over there in Labor. The big thing for me, this bill is all about folks that work in warehouses and establishing quotas, employers making their employees meet certain requirements as employees. And I've got grave concerns over the policy in general, because I think it flies in the face of our at will employment system in the state, and the fact that these are private contracts. But one thing that stood out to me was the inclusion of the Attorney General starting on line 137. And it's just curious to me if you can maybe provide some insight on why the AG would have any involvement in such a policy. This is a private contract between employer and employee. And effectively, we're using the attorney that is supposed to represent the state of Connecticut to take a side in what to me is a civil action, dispute, whatever. Maybe you could provide some insight into why we're including the AG in this bill.
Representative Stastrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I read lines 137 to 143, that allows the Attorney General to institute a civil action where there's been a complaint from the Labor Commissioner. So as we see in other labor statutes and other consumer protection type statutes, where the state agency has received complaints, possibly has investigated those complaints and believes there is a violation, it generally is the Attorney General's office who prosecutes those actions on behalf, those civil actions on behalf of the state. So I believe this language is consistent with what we see in other places in our statute through.
Thank you, Representative Stastrom. Senator Sampson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the answer. Forgive me that I don't agree. I think it's dangerous to be involving the Attorney General of the state in something that really is an employment dispute where both parties have the ability to negotiate the terms of employment. And if ultimately they can't resolve those a disagreement about what the employment entails, the employer wants something more of their employee, or their employee wants a change in their work environment, that is up to them. And I just think it's dangerous to be putting the Attorney General as a weight on the scale for one side or the other in any of these types of disputes. So I'll be a no today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none. Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 152 to JFS it to the floor with Amendment A. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Stafford, yes.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Quinn votes yes.
Kissel,
No.
Fishbein,
No.
Blumenthal, Callahan, Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Hall,
No.
Harding, Hayes, Howard,
No.
Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser, Mar, Miller, O'Day, Osborne,
Yes.
Havelock D'Amato, Porter, Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach, Walker, and Wilson.
Thank you. And we will hold votes until 5 p.m. Hopefully, we don't have to revisit that. We'll next move on to item number 2, which is substitute for Senate Bill number 810, and that concerning the renting or leasing of passenger motor vehicles. Is there a motion? Moved by Representative Stafford. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Quinn. Is there discussion? Representative Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill adds additional requirements with respect to the renting or leasing of motor vehicles. The reason it is before us, I believe, is limited to lines 58 and 59, which make violation of these statutes a CUTPA violation. The underlying statutory language that's being amended already provides for a CUTPA violation. So this just adds a couple additional provisions to that underlying statute without changing the penalty. Through you.
Thank you, Representative Stafford. Is there a comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 810. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel,
No.
Fishbein,
No.
Blumenthal, Callahan, Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yeah.
Hall,
Hall votes no.
Harding, Hayes, Howard,
Rep. Howard votes no.
Johnson,
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser, Mar, Miller, O'Day, Osborne,
Yes.
Havelock D'Amato, Porter, Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach, Walker. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. We'll next move on to number 3, Senate Bill number 911, an act increasing the threshold amount for felony unemployment compensation fraud.
I'll move.
Moved by Representative Stasham, seconded by Senator Kissel. Representative Stasham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this bill increases the threshold amount for felony unemployment compensation from the current $500 limit to $2,000. In doing so, this bill actually makes our unemployment fraud felony offense consistent with our larceny statutes. Under existing law, larceny in the 3rd degree, which is theft of $2,000 or more, is a felony. Any amount of theft below that is a misdemeanor. So this would match the unemployment fraud amount with the theft of any other dollar amount, making our statutes much more consistent in that regard.
Thank you, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I also support this bill. While I wasn't a member of the committee of origination of this proposal, it strikes me, and it may seem counterintuitive, but to the extent we raise the threshold for a felony, I think it's more likely that individuals may be prosecuted if the ultimate penalty is a misdemeanor. Sometimes what I've seen over the years in the legislature is a disproportionate penalty for the offense. For example, littering. Sometimes in our zeal to protect the environment, we've had huge penalties for the simple act of littering, like $400, $500. Some of you may recall seeing those signs along the roadways. What law enforcement officer is actually going to even issue the ticket, let alone have that enforced down the road, because it just would just totally really hurt a lot of folks that are living paycheck to paycheck. So when that penalty is actually reduced to something more manageable, like $50 or $65 or something like that, the likelihood of a law enforcement issuing a ticket is greater, and having that enforced is greater. And it's probably going to have a bigger impact on discouraging individuals from littering. So I look at this as a similar kind of proposition. So again, it may seem counterintuitive, but it's not reducing our feelings regarding this offense. Certainly it's there, but again, along with Chairman Staffstrom, not only does this bring in alignment with other statutes, but I also think that it'll make it more workable as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. If not, Madam Administrator.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 911 to JF it to the floor. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom. Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn.
Yes.
Kissel. Fishbein. Blumenthal. Callahan.
No.
Conley.
Conley votes yes.
Curry. Delaney. Dillon. Doucette. Dubitsky.
No.
Elliott. Gaston.
Yes.
Gilchrist.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Hall.
Rep. Hall votes no.
Harding. Hayes. Howard.
Howard votes no.
Johnson.
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan. Labriola. Lesser. Mar.
Yes.
Miller. O'Day. Osborne.
Yes.
Pavlock Tomato. Porter. Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Sims.
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach. Walker. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. We will now turn to item number 5, substitute for Senate Bill number 962, an act concerning the use of rodenticides.
So move.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Is there a conversation? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we create a consent calendar and that we move SB 962, an act concerning the use of certain rodenticides, to such consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Fishbine. Is there objection to the motion? Seeing none, we will create a consent calendar. Senate Bill number 962, an act concerning the use of certain rodenticides will be placed on that consent calendar. Senate Bill number 6, substitute for Senate Bill number 974, an act concerning automated kiosks for consumer electronics. Is there a motion?
So move.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Sims. Is there a conversation? Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill involves regulations of automated kiosks for consumer electronics. I believe the reason it is before us is at the bottom of section 1, lines 60 to 63, which include a misdemeanor offense for operating an automated kiosk for consumer electronics in a manner that does not comply with the provisions of the section. Mr. Chair, the problem, as well intentioned as the underlying bill may be, the problem with this section is it's not clear who that misdemeanor would be imposed against. Would it be the person who installed the kiosk, maintained it, the shop owner, etc.? Generally, we don't have misdemeanor offenses against things. So with that in mind, I would make a motion that we strike lines 60 through 63. Again, it's a motion to strike lines 60 through 63 of the bill.
Moved by Representative Staffstrom and seconded by Senator Kissel. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will try your minds. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All opposed? The ayes have it. The verbal amendment is adopted. Is there conversations? Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we move SB 974, an act concerning automated kiosks for electronic consumer or for consumer electronics as amended to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Is there objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. And we will move on to item number 7, substitute for Senate Bill number 992, an act concerning delinquent lottery sale agents, waiver of license renewal fees for certain Connecticut Lottery Corporation employees, and disclosure of the name and address of lottery and sports wagering winners. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Is there discussion? Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we move SB 992, an act concerning delinquent lottery sales agents, waiver of license renewal fees for certain Connecticut Lottery Corporation employees, and disclosure of the names and addresses of lottery and sports wagering winners to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Is there objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? If not, item number 7, which is substitute for Senate Bill number 992, will be moved to the consent calendar. Number 8, substitute for Senate Bill number 994, an act implementing the recommendations of the Department of Motor Vehicles, studying an emergency contact information database or revisions to the motor vehicle records, and requiring the safety driving course to include education on the effects of cannabis. It moved by Representative Staffstrom, seconded by Senator Kissel. Is there discussion? Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is the Department of Motor Vehicles annual transportation aircraft carrier. The reason it's before us, I think, are a couple things. First and foremost, section 15 of the bill allows the court to waive the fine for a first-time violator for not having a child restraint or booster seat if they can show that they have purchased one. Also, sections 16 through roughly 23 involve the penalties for possessing, using, or making a counterfeit license plate or driver's license, and I think rightly change those penalties to reflect harsher penalties for the manufacturer of those types of items as opposed to just the mere use of them. And finally, the last provision arguably is our cognizance relating to cannabis safety education, which I believe we should support. That's it.
Thank you, Representative Stasio. Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I intend to support the bill that's before us here today. I will flag, though, that I believe the cannabis education is just required of 16 and 17-year-old. I certainly think that that should be expanded above those ages, because certainly one who's ingesting cannabis at 16 or 17, I believe, is illegally ingesting, that we've legalized ostensibly for certain ages above that. And those are the people that I would think are more apt to be ingesting these substances and should be trained as well. So I hope to work towards something, but I do intend to support.
Thank you, Representative Fishbach. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call a roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 994 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel. Fishbein. Blumenthal. Callahan,
Yes.
Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist,
Yes.
Godfrey, Paul,
Rep. Paul votes yes.
Harding, Hayes, Howard,
Yes. Howard votes yes.
Johnson,
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser, Mar,
Yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne,
Yes.
Pavlock D'Amato, Porter, Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Sims, Beach, Walker, Wilson.
Thank you. Representative Blumenthal, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Item number 9, Senate Bill number 1035, an act concerning stop work orders is
So moved.
Second.
moved by Representative Staffstrom, seconded by Senator Kissel. Is there discussion? Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe our cognizance on this bill predominantly is lines 78 and 79, which increases the penalty for violation of a stop work order from the current $1,000 per day penalty to $5,000 per day. As members of this committee know, I'm not normally one to support increasing penalties, but in this instance, I believe the testimony before the Labor Committee on this was that the $1,000 penalty currently is too low, in that oftentimes it is cheaper for someone who is the subject of a stop work order to continue to work on the project and just continue to pay the $1,000 a day. And that's why the need for the higher dollar threshold, given inflation and passage of time.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I also am happy to support this bill as it moves forward today out of our committee, hopefully. I've been contacted by some of my friends in the building and trades unions, and they have expressed concerns regarding the current status of what the penalty amount is. And as Chairman Staffstrom indicated, that there are number crunchers out there that will say, well, it's just easier for us, or just better for us to swallow the $1,000 penalty and march forward with the project despite the stop work order. And I have to believe that on job sites that stop work orders are not issued willy-nilly, that there must be some really serious problem underlying that stop work order. Otherwise, it would never get issued. I have to believe that in practice, there's probably a lot of warnings and a lot of heads up that come before the issuance of a stop work order. And to have a situation where someone is just doing a mathematical financial computation and saying, well, we're just going to roll the dice and keep going with the project, to me, is just a dangerous path to keep going down. This is increasing that amount so that hopefully the stop work order will be recognized for its importance, that the work will indeed stop, and that whatever is awry will be corrected, because ultimately what's at issue is the safety of the men and women that are on the job site and any related possibilities that may happen if things are ignored. And so for that reason, I think that fundamentally, I feel very good about supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've been in favor of the workers' compensation portion of this. You know, when I sat on the Labor Committee, it's one of the things that I think I was one of the proponents on this. You know, one of my concerns, first of all, is the was it quintupling of the fine. You know, it's interesting to hear once again, and we heard it many times this session, increasing fines is going to bring people into conformance. You know, I would hope that at some time we're looking at larceny in the same way. You know, if we're going to have these kinds of things, we're going to say if somebody commits larceny 4 times, that's $2,000 in the aggregate, then it should be larceny 5 for the 5th time. It isn't how we do it, but maybe that would bring people more into conformance. The other thing is the expansion of this concept to 3153, which is prevailing wage. And I know since I've been up here, we've been trying to get adjustments on prevailing wage with regard to redoing buildings, not new construction. We got that threshold raised in 2017, but it remains at $100,000 with regard to rehabilitation projects. And certainly I'd be open to something like this if we could have that discussion. I know it's not the cognizance of this committee, but this bill is before us. And therefore, you know, section 1 makes me vote no. And I just wanted that to be known. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbach. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add my 2 cents as the ranking member on the Labor Committee. I appreciate the comments by the ranking member here. Senator Kissel definitely makes a strong point about the importance of protecting the safety on a job site. But I would just point out that that's not what this bill is about. The increase in penalty is specifically for the situation where there is a suspicion that an employer is paying an employee less than the prevailing wage. I would argue that has nothing to do with the safety of the job site, which is a situation where I might agree with the good senator that increasing the penalty and stopping the work in the interest of the safety of the people involved would make sense. But this is going to be a dispute over whether prevailing wage should take precedent or not. And I don't believe that is a legitimate reason to begin fining people that are on a job site doing work a tremendous amount of money. We're talking $5,000 a day. I don't like this bill at all, and I'll be a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1035 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel,
Yeah.
Fishbein, Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Callahan,
No.
Conley,
Conley, yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey. Sorry, yes. Godfrey?
Yes. Yes.
Hall,
Rep. Hall votes no.
Harding, Hayes, Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Johnson,
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser,
Yes.
Yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne,
Yes.
Pavlock, Tomato, Porter, Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Sims, Veach,
No.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Item number 10, substitute for Senate Bill number 1058. An act concerning the Attorney General's recommendations regarding consumer protection and financial reporting by charitable organizations. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Stafford, seconded by Senator Kissel. Representative Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this bill does, as the title suggests, although in discussions on this bill, I know there was some concern on this committee about sections 1 and 2, which were provisions that were before this committee last year and ran into a bit of a buzzsaw. So with that in mind, I believe it's the will of this committee that we are going to strike sections 1 and 2. So I'll make a formal motion to strike sections 1 and 2 of this bill.
It's been moved by Representative Stafford, seconded by Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on the amendment? The discussion on the amendment. If not, I'll try your minds. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment attaches. Further discussion on the underlying bill. Further discussion on the underlying bill. If not, Madam Administrator, please call a roll.
Roll call vote on 1058 to JFS it to the floor with Amendment A. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel.
Yeah.
Fishbein. Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Callahan,
Yes.
Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Hall,
Rep. Hall votes yes.
Harding, Hayes, Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Johnson,
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser, Mar,
Yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne,
Yes.
Pavlock, Tomato, Porter, Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Sims, Veach,
Yes.
Walker, Wilson.
All right. Next up will be item number 11, substitute for Senate Bill number 1076, an act concerning aid in dying for terminally ill patients. Is there a motion of JF?
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Representative Quinn. Senator Winfield.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have had this bill come to this committee several times. Unfortunately, we have not been able to move forward with this bill. And I will say from the outset, we will not be able to move this bill forward given the votes today. There are moments when you wish you were elegant and articulate. This isn't one of them. This bill is about everything that's inside of the bill. And it's about every story that we carry with us. Many years ago, I would have been against this bill. But like the saying goes, there are a lot of us who are one bad death away from being a supporter. And I want to say the bad death that I refer to as my mother's death. And I know there are people who believe that there are those who are involved in this because they want to get rid of some people, whether they be older, whether they be infirmed, whatever the case. But I want you to know that I wish my mother were here right now. And I've had the opportunity in my life to experience what some people say about what seems to be the end of life, but isn't. My mother was a remarkable person. She almost died many times. First time I went into the hospital, my mother almost died. I was a little boy. The last time she died, I was 38 years old. A couple of years before she died, her body was breaking down. Her systems were shutting down. I went to the hospital, and she was talking to me the way I could talk to you right now. And she looked at me when I was leaving. And she said, I don't want to leave. And I didn't want her to leave either. Again, he said, I don't want my mother to leave. And the year when she died, I think she thought the same thing, but I don't know that. Because she couldn't really communicate that to me. Her body did stop working. They took her into a surgery. And the last image I have of my mother is of her with a tube sticking out of her. Because her husband could not leave the room, and because I could not leave him behind, sat in the room with him for hours. I can't get that image out of my head. Why that's important is because this woman, who I thought was probably one of the strongest people, she'd had tens of heart attacks, which I didn't even know was a possibility. She'd been in the hospital for different things. She had cancer, on and on and on and on, and somehow she did not die. This woman, who was a staple in our church, who talked to me about what she believed at the end of her life. This person, who I never would have thought would think this, said to me one time she wished she could die. And she meant on her own terms. That's not how it happened. She died in a way that I know she didn't want to die, and I certainly didn't want to see her die like that. So this became an issue that was important to me. And it hurts not to be able to get to a point where we can vote on this bill. It does. We could sit here all day and talk about the merits of the bill and whether it does this or does that. At the end of the day, unfortunately, after many, many hours, we would not get there. So I thought it made sense to respect this bill and allow members, some of our members, to say what they feel on the bill. But I don't want to fool anybody into thinking that at the end of this, we're going to have a vote and we're going to pass this bill out of the committee. But we do owe it to people, because people sat through the other committee. People have come to this building over and over again and fought diligently. We do owe it to people to respect this bill. I wish my mother was here today, because I'm a different person than when she died. I wasn't ready to be loved the way I am today. And this bill would not have changed the timing on that. But I just want people to know that the support for this bill doesn't mean that we don't love those people, don't want those people here. But something I learned about love is oftentimes I've been selfish. It's been about what I want. But there's a saying that we usually say the first part of, which is love is what justice looks like in public. But the second part, it's what tenderness looks like in private. And the reason I think we're tender is because we recognize that a part of us is in the people that we love. is so we take care with ourselves when we are whole. I'm whole today in ways that I wasn't when my mother died. And the reason why I continue to be a supporter of this bill is because I think it's one way that I can continue to take care of my mother. Somebody said that, you know, when you continue to talk about people, they never really leave. Variation on the theme is, as long as you're not forgotten, you're not dead. I think that's why I continue to talk about my mother constantly, probably to some people's dismay. One day we're going to get this bill done. That day isn't today, but it will get done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. And Senator Winfield, you have my sincerest condolences on the loss of your mom, even though it was years ago. I believe in miracles, and I have great faith. We individuals as human beings, we're not the center of the universe. Yet life is a mystery, isn't it? I think everybody in this room probably has wondered at one point in their lives, what is this all about? And if one looks at it somewhat dispassionately, it's hard to make heads or tails out of what life is all about. What is the purpose? But I am heartened, not necessarily just by folks in the religious communities or spiritual communities, but even great scientists. Albert Einstein said that the complexity and the incredible intricacies of the universe justifies the notion that there was a creator. If you go and you objectively look at some of the greatest scientists in the history of the world, and I'm not just talking about Western civilization, you will find people of great faith. And so you get to the question as to grace from some God, some entity outside of us, and our faith. That aside, this is a very serious issue. Fundamentally, when you are aware of a loved one that has been diagnosed with a disease or they're suffering, part of you says, I wish, perhaps you want to change places with them, but you wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy, let alone someone that you love. Imagine a parent with a child that has a painful, debilitating disease. Imagine a spouse, or imagine you're with your mom or dad and you just know that they're going to suffer through some rare disease or common disease, or it could be cancer, and you're with them day in and day out. And just the simplest tasks are nearly impossible. The body that we are all lucky enough to be born with, and those that are born with bodies that have not normal functionality, something that is as great as to allow us to function in this world can turn into a prison, and it can be torturous. So we have this deep inherent philosophical question. And we as a legislature are asked to listen to all these stories and to come up with something that is appropriate public policy. So I'm going to take away my faith in Jesus and religion, because that shouldn't enter into my analysis. It does make me feel that there is meaning to life, but I have to look at this from the vantage point of what is good public policy. If we move forward and we say that there's some kind of dignity in dying or some kind of relief if one is confronted by some kind of situation, then we have to get to the mechanics of how it'll work. What would qualify and what would not? Are you just feeling blue today? I don't think that qualifies. Do you need a doctor to do an analysis and present something in writing? And will that physician, that man or woman, have to guess with the best scientific knowledge that he or she has, what's the life expectancy of an individual? These are all real questions that if we go down this path, we're going to have to answer in full. And I appreciate the fact that the Public Health Committee, through hours and hours and hours of testimony and input, crafted a bill that they felt was workable. But I still have tons of questions about the mechanics of the bill. And fundamentally, I believe in miracles. And I've had people in the medical community come up to me, especially nurses, and nurses involved with people that are in their last days or hospice care. And they've said, Senator or John, I've seen miracles happen before me. It doesn't get a lot of attention, but crazy stuff is happening out here. Now, we'd like to believe that maybe if it's prayer or we beseech the good Lord or just whatever we believe in. And if you're agnostic or atheist, you don't have to believe in anyone. We'd like to think that perhaps the power of positive thinking, who knows? If we had that magic silver bullet, the world would change. So there is no magic formula. Yet I think that people would acknowledge that you pick up the paper on occasion, or you watch the news on occasion, and things that defy rationality happen. And it happens all the time. That is small comfort for a family that is struggling with these really brutal decisions. This life difficult every single day. Where just getting up and going to the bathroom can be an hour-long chore. That just looking into the face of someone you love, it just breaks your heart. It's not going to solve that. Yet that is something that is going on out there. I personally am also very hesitant in taking those that took the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm, try to do good, that want to save people, that go through the rigors of a medical degree or a nursing degree, to put them in that spot where now all of a sudden they are helping someone to take their own life. We already have a problem in our society in the state of Connecticut with an increase of suicides, especially amongst our young. What is this mixed signal that's going on? Well, I think it's a very complex society. We're very judgmental of ourselves. First rule of thumb is you got to love yourself, and somehow we feel guilty or we feel like we just don't compare. Why? Because technology, we compare ourselves all the time. Look at these people. I mean, when I grew up as a kid, we didn't really pay that much attention about who was the richest person in the world. Maybe I was just too young and dumb. I mean, we heard about guys like Howard Hughes, but a lot of times these rich people were sort of eccentric and crazy. Now, Elon Musk, and we almost know the top 10, and it's hard to get away from that. But with Instagram and all these other platforms and our cell phones, unfortunately, young people are doing body comparisons, especially young girls who have an uptick in suicide and self-harm because they're constantly comparing themselves to an ideal that may not exist in real life. So now when we get to people that are ill, what kind of pressures are falling on them? See, as a public policy, probably my biggest concern is these end-of-life situations tend to be not wholly, but tend to be for our senior citizens, those older citizens, because that's when you are statistically more likely to have some illness befall you. Trust me, I was just visiting my mom in Hartford Hospital yesterday. It's not tragic. She broke her hip on Monday, broke her arm on Monday. She's 89. How blessed am I that I got a lucid, loving, wonderful mom just down the block at Hartford Hospital right now with the best care that I could imagine in the history of the world. That's the time that we're living in. But you can mend a broken bone. Who knows? It may not be an easy recovery. When you get to be a certain age, things are tough. But it's that age group that is going to be confronting these decisions. And it's a lot of illnesses that don't lend themselves to a surgery or a pin or a hip replacement or something like that. So now what? Well, if it was me, and I'm blessed enough to have 2 sons, and they're young, but fast forward, and who knows, because death comes like a thief in the night, and we don't know where we're going to land. No one can give you a contract to see the sunrise. But if it was me on my deathbed years from now, and I had some kind of money that I could bequeath, may not be a lot, but some people have a nest egg. And now all of a sudden, I know that keeping me alive is costing X amount of dollars. I'd like to think that whatever health insurance I have covers everything, but all you have to do is watch an Aflac commercial or something like that. Health insurance doesn't necessarily cover everything. And even if you're in the hospital, who's taking care of where you live and all the bills that still go on? So all of a sudden, these situations are complex. It's not just about emotional and things being tugged at your heart and the physical nature of just living in a crippled body. And I know that's not a politically correct term, but a body that doesn't function the way you wanted it to. And perhaps we want to call it a body challenged, a living challenge body. And we have all that. And now you layer on top of that the financial concerns. So in talking about those that are out there that are in their older years, that have worked their life to try to hand something down to their loved ones, now they're laying there and thinking, I'm in pain. It's hard to go day to day. And every day that I live is less that I get to bequeath to my spouse, to my loved one, to my children. Who knows? So what kind of pressure now is going to be on that individual if we say as a society, it's okay to take your own life? I'd say for most people, that's not a huge factor, but for some, it will. For some, it will. Because they want to do the right thing. And the right thing for them may be, no one's benefiting by me hanging around any longer. The best thing I can do is just end it now. It's breaking my heart to see my loved ones waiting on me, worrying about me, seeing me in pain, and it's just dissipating money. Where do I sign? What do I need to do? I want to take my own life. And we're allowing that? I can't allow that. That's not a viable option in my world. I think that creates such an implicit burden on folks that are confronting so many other difficulties in their life. And that means I'm going to set aside my belief in miracles, that crazy great things can happen in a blink of an eye, and we don't always know why. I personally believe God is in charge of everything, and we don't know the plan. He doesn't think like we think, and we can't understand this life of ours. If anybody out there watching this, listening to this, can give me the fundamental meaning of life, what it's all about, and can explain it all, God bless your soul, I will meet with you in a heartbeat. But it's a mystery. Why am I here as a state senator? Because I think I can do some good on this planet. If you really want to be jaded, you can say, well, eventually the sun's going to be off, and unless we reach another viable planet, it's over. I mean, if you really go down that path, and the great author Albert Camus said, every time we get up and we do anything, we are doing an act of defiance, because if you really think it through, what the heck is it all about? Why are we even living? May as well just give up. Some of us believe in an afterlife. Some of us believe in doing good for our fellow man on this planet. I would suggest that a loss of faith and this notion that if I believe in science, I lose all faith, has brought us down to a dead end where a lot of people feel that it's hopeless and they get involved in addictive behaviors and self-destructive behaviors. And we have policies like these that are somewhat defeatist. I don't believe in a defeatist society. I'm a half glass full kind of guy. I'd like to think that there's hope all the way down the road. And I know that there's some people listening saying, hey, Senator, if that's what you believe, you know what? I hope when you're on your deathbed in great pain, I hope you realize what you said that afternoon. And I will, because I'm going to be stuck with it unless the laws change. Now, let's take this even further. Other states in our country have gone down this road, and other countries have as well. Just to the north of us in Canada, they went down this road. And as they were pitching this proposal, they said, well, don't worry, it won't also affect young people. Well, Canada's now saying right to die now can be done by minors. Really? That's the world I want to live in? Sorry, Canada. No. No, I don't. Here we are saying you can't even, the whole thing, which I think alcohol and drugs are great danger, the disconnect between you can pick up a gun and fight for our country abroad, but you can't have a beer. Still haven't figured that one out. But once we start drawing these lines, then the lines start to move. And once you start drawing the lines and the lines move on age, then what else moves? God forbid someone gets it in their head that someone who was born with a disability is no longer of great value to society. It won't be done that way, is my guess. That would be too direct, too harsh. But what if we get some sort of like value, and the treatment for an individual is so expensive that we as a society say we can't afford it? See, once we start doing all of this, then all of a sudden, I think that we cheapen life and we reduce its mystery and value. Yeah, it's crazy. And I wouldn't wish a lot of this on anyone. It makes no sense. The oldest book in the Bible, I understand, is the book of Job. And Job is when the devil and God are like using poor Job. And he's going to give up on you, Lord, says the devil. And all these bad things happen to poor Job. And he turns and he doesn't give up on God. Well, unfortunately, underlying all that is bad things happen to good people. And good things happen to bad people. I wake up, and one of the crazy things about the society that is now, as opposed to when I grew up, is I cannot escape the news that's happening around the world. It used to be the Hartford Times, Hartford Courant. I grew up in Windsor, first English settlement in Connecticut. We would ride our bikes, and if it was on the 3 major channels at night, my mom and dad would watch it. And that was it. Now, with this, there could be a mudslide in the Philippines, and I know about it like within a half hour. And 16,000 people could lose their lives. And so now we can't run away from the fact that life is crazy. What did they do? They didn't do anything. They lived in a spot and bad things happened. What about people in the Ukraine? There's people dying every single day. The earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. It makes no sense. So the reason I have to not support this bill is because I believe that at the root of all of this, there is something fundamental. I do believe in God. And even if you don't, though, I'm here elected by 100,000 people to represent their interests and make decisions that are heartfelt and best thought out on public policy. I do not want to put another thing in a lap of someone that is facing life's difficulties and saying, you also have the option to kill yourself. I don't want anyone to have that option legally, because I think that is a small step from going down the road to now you're going to be encouraged, if not overtly, implicitly, if not by anyone else but your own soul, your own heart. And once we go down that, then where does it end? So for those reasons, I've thought long and hard about this issue, and I'm very sympathetic to those that are struggling. It is not, I am not reducing your arguments, but I think that there's a better way for our state to proceed. I believe in miracles. And for that reason, Mr. Chair, I will not support this bill at this time. And I think it's good if we cannot muster the votes to pass this bill out of this committee. I think it's in the best interest of the people of the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in very strong support of Senate Bill 1076. 1076 provides an option at the end of life. It's an option. If you don't want to take that option, you don't need to take that option. But we would be making a statement here in Connecticut by passing a bill that would allow people to make that choice for themselves. I look at those here today who I've seen before in the Public Health Committee, and I want to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for the pain you're feeling. I'm sorry that we're not able to vote on this bill and get it out of committee today. And I'm sorry to those who have come before this body in previous years to testify about the importance of this bill and are no longer with us because we've failed them by not passing this bill and they didn't get to have that option. The key takeaway that I have from hearing the testimony in the Public Health Committee, from hearing my amazing colleague, Senator Winfield, from hearing from many of my colleagues about their personal experiences with losing a loved one, and from my own personal experience with losing a friend at age 29 to terminal brain cancer. The common theme I see from the people who support this policy is that they love life. And when life is no longer an option for them, when they know it is coming to an end, they want to be able to have this option. Senate Bill 1076 is modeled after a policy in Washington, D.C. and 10 other states across the country. And because there is so much misinformation about the policy itself, I'm going to try and clear some of that up. So Senate Bill 1076, you have to be an adult. You have to be age 21 or older. You have to be terminally ill with a prognosis of 6 months or less to live. You have to be mentally capable of making an informed healthcare decision. You have to be a resident of Connecticut for at least a year prior to making the initial request. Additionally, in Senate Bill 1076, the individual must be able to self-administer the medication. 2 physicians must confirm that the person is terminally ill. A terminally ill person can withdraw their request for medication, not take the medication once they have it, or otherwise change their mind at any point. The attending physician must inform the requesting individual about all of their end-of-life care options, including hospice and palliative care. Medications cannot be prescribed until mental capacity to make a healthcare decision is confirmed by a licensed mental health specialist. Physicians who participate and comply with all aspects of the law are given civil and criminal immunity. Life insurance payments cannot be denied to families of those who use the law. No physician, health provider, or pharmacist is required to participate. Unused medication must be disposed of according to specified state and federal guidelines. After prescribing the medication, an attending physician shall meet with the individual and certify that they are still qualified every 30 days. And finally, there are 2 written requests are required with a 15-day waiting period between the first and the second, and 2 people must witness each written request. And the prescribing physician must comply with medical record documentation requirements and make records available to the State Department of Health. So this bill, Senate Bill 1076, has been thought about and discussed. Protections have been put in place. The final piece I'll say that we hear often in this building is the slippery slope argument that once you pass this, people are going to just push for more change. Well, the good news is we have a democratic process. And so if people want to come back, if we were able to pass this bill and make changes, we'd have to go through this process all over again. And I stand by that. I'm elected to do that. But passing 1076 doesn't mean that it's all going to come falling down. It just means that we're giving people an option. I was asked earlier today what I think dignity means. We often hear this called death with dignity. And so I looked it up and it says it's a state of being worthy or respected. And I think we're at a point in this state where we owe it to those whose lives are coming to an end to give them the respect to have this option. And so I am sorely disappointed that we can't pass this out this year, but please know I'm committed to working with you going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the first thing I'd like to say is the Senate co-chair of this committee I consider him a good friend. We disagree on policy often, but some of the things that we agree on are our families and how we feel about them. So I want to let him know, and I'm sorry I'm not there with him, but that I heard his opening statement loud and clear, and I wanted to say that. I have some different experiences. As many of my colleagues know, I've investigated numerous deaths, and I want to say that I understand that this bill is philosophically different than suicide as we know it. It's philosophically different than a drug overdose as we know it. But in my experience in the death investigations that I've been on, specifically suicides and death overdoses specifically, but many deaths, I know that grieving family members react very differently. And oftentimes they stay stuck in an anger phase where they want to get some retaliation against somebody. And the other thing that I know is that many of our elder population are exploited even when they're of sound mind. In fact, we have a bill coming up shortly to address some of the financial concerns around that. What often happens, and it's very frustrating from a criminal investigation point of view, when you know that they, especially a relative, or in many cases it's not a relative, but somebody's exploiting an elder person for financial gain, and there's not much that law enforcement can do, even though you recognize it, because the laws don't, they're not technically violating a law because the individual is of sound mind, and that gets very, very frustrating. The other thing that gets frustrating sometimes is when you have an elder person and you have family members, descendants of their children, for example, who are not on the same page about something. And the criminal justice system and the state finds themselves in the middle of that in numerous ways. I don't want to get too deep into the morality behind this. I think Senator Kissel outlined that. But one of the things that he did talk about was how an individual could feel as though they're a burden to their family, not only financially, but in time. And I know from my experience that oftentimes family members will actually convince sick or old members of their own family that they are a burden to them. And I bring that up, Mr. Chairman, because parts of this bill that I have concerns about aren't necessarily a morality issue of it, or the right of an individual to die with dignity, as Representative Gilchrist said, but more so, what happens when a family member who was not part of this process or didn't know about it until after comes forward and they're upset? And as an example, a couple of examples of the actual policy of the bill, aside from the argument about the concept, this bill talks about in section 14, where no action taken in accordance with sections 1 through 25 shall constitute causing or assisting another person to commit suicide in violation of our statutes, manslaughter 2 and murder. And I understand that that's the idea. If you do everything 1 through 25, you're one of the witnesses, you're with the doctor who prescribed it, the pharmacist, you will not be prosecuted. I understand the intent. The paragraph before that, however, says that any actions taken in sections 1 through 25 shall not constitute suicide. The problem with something like that becomes if the individuals involved in the process are exempt from criminal responsibility because it's not constituted suicide. We've addressed that in subsection D. However, subsection C saying it cannot constitute a suicide if all the individuals in that process did it correctly, but an outside person, say a relative of the qualified patient, unduly had that person do that under duress, even though they're of sound mind, which would sound to some people say, well, if a person's of sound mind, how can they be convinced to do something like this? And it happens. It happens in actual suicide cases. It certainly happens in financial cases every day. The problem becomes if you can prove that afterwards, that a family member unduly coerced or persuaded this individual under some sort of duress to do that, that should be a crime. But it's going to be difficult to make that a crime when it says that the individuals who are involved in the appropriate part and the end result does not constitute suicide, because that's one of the elements of that particular crime. So those instances and those anomalies that happen, and they do unfortunately happen, will make it very, very difficult. The representative also spoke about these drugs and properly disposing of them should they not be used. Again, I think there's a little bit of an issue with the bill, because I look at section 16. Section 16 says a person who knowingly possesses, sells, delivers medication other than to a qualified patient in accordance with section 11 shall be guilty of a class C felony. Section 11 specifically talks about a person other than the qualified patient. Section 5 requires that the doctor inform a qualified patient if they change their mind how to properly dispose of it. But there's nothing, I don't see anything in the bill where if that actual qualified patient were to improperly deliver that it would be a crime. I don't see where that part is. And then in addition to that, while the doctor in section 5 is required to tell the patient how to properly dispose of it, I think section I wrote correct 21, it says that the doctor is required to ensure it's properly disposed. So if it's not properly disposed of, who do we hold responsible for that if something were to happen outside of that? So there's several examples, and to, I know this is an emotional issue, and I don't want to belabor sort of these points, except to say that I know this is an emotional issue, and I know it's important to a lot of folks, but I also know that, you have to read every section of this and figure out how the practical application is going to come out, especially on a bill that's this important. Oftentimes we come back and we say, well, we need to fix this or we need to fix that. We have a technical fix, a technical revision. We need to readdress this because we passed the bill. We had great intent, but we didn't. We had these sort of unforeseen circumstances, and we're talking about, life and death, literally. I think it's important that we are very, very specific in how we do that. And I do have these concerns, and I'm happy to, and I heard what the senator said at his outset. I'm happy to talk with advocates going forward on some of those concerns, so we can make sure that this policy, when it's implemented in practical world, is implemented in a way that's protective of everybody. I thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to everyone for the opportunity to speak briefly on this. And thank you to everyone who's worked on this bill over the years, over many years, particularly the last couple of years. I know we internally had a pretty extensive discussion on this bill last year. We're able to make improvements, many of which you see in this year's version of the bill. And as a result, I believe it is a solid bill. I am a strong supporter of it. I'll say that at the outset. And I think the guardrails and the protections that have been put in this bill as a result of those years of work are substantial. And Representative Gilchrist went through them in detail. 2 doctors, 6 months, 2 requests by the person utilizing it. There is criminal liability. There are so many steps that must be taken. So, while I understand Representative Howard's perspective, and in my thinking on this bill over the years, I think some of the what if scenarios that we speak of are frankly far-fetched. With all of the layers of protection and process in this bill, I think it is sufficient. But what I really want to say is, and some of my colleagues know this, my personal evolution on this bill, when I arrived here in 2019, I would say, sort of a soft supporter of this bill. What changed for me was the death of my father 2 years ago from esophageal cancer, and particularly the last 4 months of his life that I spent with him, where he was on hospice care, and was in excruciating pain every day, and looked me in the eye almost every day I was with him and said, "I want to die. I am ready to die." And as painful as that was for me, and as significant an experience it is in my life and that of my family, it was his choice. It was his choice. And and certainly he was competent to make it. And he should have been able to make it. So that experience for me changed my life, changed my perspective on this issue. And I would submit to my colleagues on this committee and in the legislature that you are only one experience away like that from having that same change of heart, perhaps, on this piece of legislation. You're only one experience away. As I mentioned, he was on hospice care for 4 months. The hospice failed him miserably, because as I said, the pain was excruciating. There was no dose of morphine, momentarily, yes, perhaps, but there was no treatment that was going to save that, that pain. So for any of those, I've heard it frequently that hospice and palliative care is the simple answer to this. It is most certainly not. It certainly was not for my father. So again, I think everyone is one experience away like that from really getting a full perspective on this issue. I'll also say that I've spoken to many of my constituents and throughout the state of Connecticut over the last few years. I sent out surveys and they go to everyone in the district, and found that in my district, I'm not a pollster, but it had an 81% support in my district, the 13th House district of Manchester and Glastonbury. And I'm sure everybody's district is a little different, but for 81% of my constituents to agree on anything, Democrat and Republican, is remarkable. So I'll again say to my colleagues on this committee and in the legislature, if you feel that your constituents do not support this, I would ask you to look more carefully and think more carefully about that, because I would submit that they do. So because of that, I am also optimistic that this conversation will continue. And I think we will get there eventually. And I think it is the humane thing to do. And I believe, again, the people of Connecticut will agree. So thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Doucette. So look, I want to sort of conclude this by saying I think what we are hearing here today is what we have heard throughout this session and throughout the last few years on this bill. This is an issue that I think this committee struggles deeply with. I know it's an issue I personally struggle deeply with. I want to certainly thank Senator Winfield, Representative Gilchrist, and Representative Doucette, and frankly, all the advocates on this bill for your passion, for really for the nuanced discussion on this bill, the language changes to this bill over the last few years that have come out of public health. And on the one hand, I deeply support and agree with the sentiment of personal choice that I think in many respects underlines this bill. I think that though with that, and I also struggle. Look, I've not talked about this publicly, but my own father has terminal cancer. And I'm going through these types of decisions with my own family. And I also want to acknowledge that this is not an issue where there's only passion on one side. I think there is passion and also rightfully concern on the other side of this, which we heard a little bit on this committee today, and certainly we've heard in our discussions in the Democratic caucus on this bill over the last few years as well. And no, it's not all about religion. I'm tired of hearing that somehow one's religious beliefs somehow dictate how they would vote on a bill. Frankly, it's insulting. The struggle and the concern on this bill, I think for many of us on this committee, does come down to, as was mentioned, endorsing a policy where there are still, even despite the language changes, a lot of outstanding questions. We've heard stories out of Canada and other states. And while I think there is some importance to those and to hearing the concern from the disability community that we have here in our own state, and also the concern we've heard from in our own districts. Representative Doucette mentioned his survey question, his district. I'll admit my own district is very split on this. I've heard passionately from both sides of this issue in my district as well. But I do think on this committee, in addition to everything else that has been said, we do have to look at the language before us, the unanswered questions which remain, as Representative Howard pointed out, and as Senator Kissel pointed out, and frankly also the threat of litigation. I think I still struggle very mightily with this bill, but I think I struggled less with it earlier in the session, before we saw legislative efforts and litigation efforts in other states to undo many of the protections we've tried to put into this bill for Connecticut residents. And with those questions still percolating through the court, and with our neighboring states having not taken up this type of legislation, Massachusetts and in New York, I guess I still believe, and maybe I'm in agreement with some of the proponents of this bill, that this legislation's day may come. But I think that there are still some outstanding issues, and we are right to be cautious on it. I will say we have vote counted this in the caucuses. It's not one or two people. There was unfairly last year some blame placed on maybe one or two members of how they voted on this bill, that would have changed the outcome on this committee. It wouldn't. And so with that, I turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And thank you, members of the committee. We're gonna pass that bill. And move on to item number 12. Substitute for Senate Bill number 1088. An act concerning financial exploitation of senior citizens.
Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Is there a discussion, Representative Staffstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real briefly, I believe the cognizance of this committee really is on sections 3 and 4, which relate to probate court procedures. My understanding from discussions with the probate court administrator and an email we got from her this morning is those remain pending. And I'd ask that we support the bill today to move it forward.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom. Representative Fishbaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that SB 1088, an act concerning financial exploitation of senior citizens, be moved to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection to placing this item on consent? If not, Madam Administrator, I ask this item be placed on consent. We'll move on to item number 13, substitute for House Bill number 5400. There is JFS language. The LCO is 6894. The title of the bill is an act concerning the preservation of stone walls in the state. Is there a motion on the JFS?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Fishbein. Is there a discussion? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm generally in favor of this bill, but there is a circumstance that it omits. In New England and in Connecticut in particular, stone walls are often used as boundary lines between two properties. So there isn't any, so in many cases, both property owners are the owners of the wall, and the current language doesn't take that into consideration. So I would ask as a verbal amendment, I would ask that in line 3, section 1, after the last word wall, a new sentence is added that states, for the purposes of this section, where a stone wall sits upon or forms a boundary line between two parcels, the owners of each parcel shall be considered the owners of said stone wall. I make a motion to add that as an amendment, and I ask that it be adopted.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky, is seconded by Representative Fishbein. Representative Stafford.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a real quick question. Representative Dubitsky, I assume on the oral amendment that if there's any technical changes needed to that to be made by LCO, that they're authorized to do so per your amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. With that clarification, I support the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Stafford. Is there a comment or question on the amendment? Comment or question on the amendment? If not, I try your minds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Further discussion on the JFS language as amended. Further discussion. If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on House Bill 5400 to JFS the floor with LCO 6894 and Amendment A. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom, Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel,
Yeah.
Fishbein, Blumenthal,
Yes.
Callahan,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Yes.
Hall,
Rep. Hall votes yes.
Harding,
Yes. Harding, yes.
Hayes, Howard,
Rep. Howard votes yes.
Johnson,
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser,
Lesser, yes.
Marr,
Yes.
Miller,
Miller votes yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Havelock Tomato, Porter, Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach,
Yes.
Walker, Wilson.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Administrator. We'll move on to item number 15, substitute for House Bill number 6620. An act promoting competition and contracts between health carriers and healthcare providers. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Stasham, seconded by Senator Kissel. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Madam Administrator. Rep. Pavlik D'Amato.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would just like to, this bill did come from the Insurance Committee, was referred to Judiciary, I believe, because there is an Attorney General provision in it. This bill does deal with, I'll say, certain larger hospitals in the state and some of the issues that have been created as a result of those larger conglomerates and the control that they have, limiting options for patients and ultimately causing healthcare costs to increase. And so, Mr. Chairman, I am supporting of this piece of legislation. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further comment or question on the bill for Senator Sampson?
And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As much as I certainly agree with my colleague, the ranking member of the Insurance Committee, that there's certainly work to be done to navigate how health carriers and the insurance industry operates in the state of Connecticut. I have some concerns about the proposal before us. These contracts that exist between health carriers and healthcare providers are private contracts between adult citizens, and as a result, the state government, I don't believe, has a good interest in interfering with their negotiations or their ability to put certain provisions in those contracts. These provisions that will be prohibited as a result of this legislation, it may sound really good on the surface, but I think that they will ultimately have the end effect of reducing competition and increasing the cost of insurance premiums for consumers. Effectively, the insurance companies engage in some of these requirements in their contracts, which have to be agreed to by the providers for the purpose of combating rising premium costs. And if we start to interfere with their ability to make certain negotiations, to partner with other types of third-party businesses and so forth, we're ultimately going to force them into a position of having to charge more premium to the consumers, people that we represent. I think this will have a negative impact on the industry as a result, and I've got to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, would you please call the roll?
Roll call vote on House Bill 6620 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel,
Yes.
Fishbein,
No.
Blumenthal,
Yes.
Callahan,
No.
Conley,
Conley, yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott,
Yes.
Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Yes.
Hall,
Rep. Hall votes yes.
Harding,
Senator Harding votes yes.
Hayes, Howard,
Rep. Howard votes yes.
Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser,
Lesser, yes.
Mar,
Yes.
Miller,
Miller votes yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Howell Octomato, Porter, Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach, no, Walker, Wilson.
Wilson's yes. Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next is item number 17, House Bill number 6666. An act expanding renters' rights. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Stasham, seconded by Representative Sims. Discussion. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Landlords in this state, well, in other states, provide a vital service. They provide housing opportunities for individuals who cannot purchase a home, or people that just want to rent a property. I understand the underlying intent of this bill, but I have to flag section 1. You know, presently, a landlord is capped at a security deposit of 2 months unless the individual is 65 years or older. And what this does is it caps at 1 month, saying to private property owners, we don't want you to be protected if your tenant causes damage or something else, and you need to collect or to repair to make yourself whole at the end of the term. And all that does, in my opinion, is it says to people, we don't want you to be in this business. We don't want you to make available these housing units. I don't think that's the public policy that we should be setting here. I think the remainder of the bill is generally okay. But section 1, I think, is very harmful to those individuals in this state that are potentially looking to rent property. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kissel.
Representative Fishbane made my point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll concur with Representative Fishbane's comments. I just want to make a quick point since I got a captive audience of a few people. You know, these bills that attempt to reduce security deposits and rents and so forth, not only do they have the effect of telling people in that industry that, you know, it's a dangerous industry to be in Connecticut, maybe you should consider moving to another state and being a housing provider, which is dangerous enough on its face, especially when we hear all the time that we have a housing shortage and there's no affordable housing in the state, yada, yada. Well, this is one way to make that happen. But the other thing is more on an individual basis. You know, many times a landlord is faced with a tenant applicant who is not perfect. They don't have the best credit. They don't have the best rental history. Maybe they're somebody who recently got out of prison. That maybe the landlord wants to take a chance on someone, and the law keeps them from doing it because maybe the agreement might be, well, you know, Mr. Landlord, I understand that I'm an ex-convict, or I know that I have a 550 credit score, but I can pay you 6 months in advance. I can give you 4 months security deposit. Would you please accept me? And the landlord might be willing to take a chance on that person, and they can't because we're telling them no. It's just another instance where we're interfering with a private contract between private citizens, someplace we have no place to do. When you start telling people they cannot make a private agreement between themselves, you are effectively eliminating the opportunity for some ingenuity or creative solution that people might come up with to come up with activity, and in this case, business activity. And the elimination of certain provisions in private contracts, like on the previous bill, all of these things add up to less freedom, less opportunity for creative solutions to problems in the business world, and ultimately less production, less opportunity, less jobs, and less business, aside from harming our business climate. I just wanted to get that on the record, that as well-intentioned as it may sound, oh, we're trying to help, you know, these you know, poor tenants who are being abused. Private agreement, and the market will ultimately dictate what security deposits will be more than anything. And I can tell you, as a small housing provider myself, when you're talking about rents that, you know, are 1,000 to 1,500, and the maximum security deposit in the state is 2 months, I can tell you that that wouldn't pay for, you know, a bathroom vanity or a countertop or something in a lot of the units that I have and other landlords have. You are operating on the narrowest of margin. And I can tell you that many, many times I've had damage to my units exceeding the security deposit that I was allowed by law to capture. This would only make that worse and discourage me and other people from being active in that industry. And it also would reduce the quality of the units that are available because landlords are not going to put nice fixtures in their properties anymore for fear that they will never be able to collect enough money to make up for the damages that might ensue. So good intentions, sure, but intentions don't equal outcomes sometimes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I've been trying to be quiet here. But I do want to echo the comments by the good senator from the 16th district. The ramifications of this is we're going to have less rental units available. Good intentions create bad practices when it comes to the what actually happens as a result of legislation like this. So I'm going to vote no. I appreciate the intentions of this, but it's going to result in less people being able to get housing, not more. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I just have to jump in at this point because we let this go a little bit, but this may be a very intellectual debate to have on the floors of either chambers, but frankly, I'm not sure Section 1 is our cognizance. In fact, I would argue it's not. I believe the bill before us is here because of Section 2 of the bill, which increases the maximum fine for a violation of a safety or sanitary housing rule of a municipality. So it's lines 22 through 24 that are cognizance on the bill. So as much as this may be a fun debate to have, and I'm sure folks will have it on the floor, I think we should restrain ourselves to what our cognizance is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Starstrom. Representative Pavlak-D'Amato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree and thank the good chairman for his comments. And I'm not in housing, so I don't really get an opportunity to discuss it there. But I'll make my remarks that Section 2, although we have in the Insurance and Real Estate Committee have tried to address maybe a broader problem, maybe similar, where there are multiple violations and they're not getting fixed in some of these bigger buildings. And that might be a bill that may achieve the same goal and has brought in the AG. It might have been referred, we might have dealt with it in another committee meeting. However, the comments are still the same as far as who do you think's going to pay ultimately the increased penalty it's going to be put on the tenant. Again, at the beginning of the session, we talked about increased housing and more housing, and yet everything that we seem to do, and I'm speaking from a landlord perspective. My father was a landlord his whole life. I'm now married in a family of landlords, and it's just frustrating that we are doing things that are doing just the opposite. And we keep doing it over and over again. And I just don't understand why, because as my colleague stated, that is exactly what's going to happen. People are not going to be rented to. And I deal with constituents all the time, and I feel bad, and I try to help them out and connect them with different resources and landlords that may take a chance. But when you don't have the collateral, and costs are increasing and damage increases, and you only have $1,000 to fix everything, it doesn't make sense. And half of what we do up here, of course, to me doesn't make sense. And I find myself saying that more and more, but here we are again. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on House Bill 6666 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Savstrom,
Yes.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel,
No.
Fishbein,
No.
Blumenthal,
Yes.
Callahan,
No.
Conley,
Yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott,
Yes.
Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Yes.
Paul,
Rep. Hall votes no.
Harding,
Harding, no.
Hayes, Howard,
Rep. Howard votes no.
Johnson,
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser,
Lesser, yes.
Mar,
Yes.
Miller,
Miller votes yes.
O'Day, Osborne,
Osborne in the affirmative.
Havelock Tomato, Porter, Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Sims, Beach,
No.
Walker, Wilson.
Wilson's yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, item number 18, substitute for House Bill number 6726. An act concerning the regulation of livestock in certain rabbit processing facilities.
So move.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Fishbine. Is there discussion?
All ears.
Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we move House Bill 6726, an act concerning the regulation of livestock in certain rabbit processing facilities, to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Fishbine. Is there objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Is there objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, this item will be placed on a consent calendar. Item number 19. Substitute for House Bill number 6872, an act concerning faithless presidential electors and authorizing mandamus actions related to certification or declaration of election results. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Stafford. Is there a second? Second by Representative Godfrey. Discussion. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. I appreciate that that lateral. This bill will deal with a situation we've seen in some other states where officials charged with certifying elections have either threatened or actually gone through on refusing to do their duty in certifying those elections when there is no legitimate dispute as to the outcome of those elections. It also deals with a similar situation with presidential electors who refuse to vote in accordance with the popular vote and certification of that popular vote in the state. And this bill would deal with that situation by providing a mechanism by which a court order could be sought from the Superior Court, issuing a mandamus that the official execute their duty. And in the case of a presidential elector, vote for the appointed candidate. And it also is here in this committee because of the criminal penalty that can be sought against a presidential elector who refuses to vote for the individual so designated.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a presidential elector, let me tell you, I'm supporting this bill. Back in 2016, when I was one of Connecticut's 7 electors, there was obviously a lot of contention around that election going on, and I can't tell you how many emails and letters and threats I got for not ignoring my pledge to vote for a particular presidential candidate. I'm glad to, I wish this had been in effect then, because then I could just refer to the statute and that would have been the end of the discussion. But I thank both the chair of GAE and I urge my fellow members to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I knew this was coming eventually. A couple of years ago, we passed a badly thought out and misguided bill adopting the National Popular Vote Compact. And what that said was that once a certain number of states had joined it, that all of our electors would be required to vote for whoever won the national popular vote. So, for example, if the compact were in place, if sufficient states had adopted it, that it became effective, and in the next election, Donald Trump won the national popular vote, and in Connecticut, Joe Biden won overwhelmingly the vote in Connecticut, then all our electors would be required by law to vote for Donald Trump, even though the people of Connecticut wanted Joe Biden. I spoke very at length against that bill, but it passed anyway. Now, this bill that's before us requires exactly the opposite. It requires that the electors vote for whomever Connecticut chooses. So this bill says electors have to vote for whoever Connecticut chooses. And the other bill that is now law says that electors have to vote for whoever the nation as a whole votes for. So I think this bill is intended to sort of undo what we did before, but in a different way. But what it does is it really puts the electors in a quandary, because which of these laws are they supposed to follow? In some instances, they'll be the same and there won't be a question. If the national popular vote and the popular vote for Connecticut are the same, then it's easy. But if they're different, the electors are now faced with the provision, with the prospect of violating one or the other of these laws. And I think we need to make a decision what we want to do here. And if we've already decided that we're going with national popular vote as opposed to Connecticut popular vote, we shouldn't also add a new bill that says, and you have to follow the Connecticut popular vote as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubinsky. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment. Representative Blumenthal.
Just for the record, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I was alerted that I misspoke during my introduction of the bill. The order would issue from the Connecticut Supreme Court, not from the Connecticut Superior Court. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the clarification. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call a roll.
Roll call vote on House Bill 6872 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel,
No.
Fishbein,
No.
Blumenthal,
Yes.
Callahan,
No.
Conley,
Yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubinsky,
No.
Elliott,
Yes.
Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Yes.
Paul,
Rep. Hall votes no.
Harding, Hayes,
No.
Howard,
Rep. Howard votes no.
Johnson,
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser, Mar,
Yes.
Miller,
Miller votes yes.
O'Day,
Oh.
Osborne. Yes. Havelock Tomato, Porter, Sampson, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach. Beach is no. Walker, Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. A reminder to the committee members, votes will be held open until 5 p.m. So you have time to get your votes in. That will bring us to the conclusion of this meeting. We will meet again Friday. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Yeah. Oh. Darn it. Thank you. We do have a consent calendar, so I'll say all that stuff again. Madam Administrator, would you please read the items on the consent calendar, and then we will have the vote on the consent calendar.
The consent calendar consisting of Senate Bill 962, Senate Bill 974 with Amendment A, Senate Bill 992, Senate Bill 1088, House Bill 6726. Winfield,
Winfield, affirmative.
Staffstrom, Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel. Fishbein. Blumenthal.
Yes.
Callahan,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette, Dubitsky. Elliott,
Yes.
Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey. Paul,
Rep. Paul votes yes.
Harding,
Senator Harding votes yes.
Hayes. Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Johnson,
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser, Mar,
Yes.
Miller,
Lesser, yes.
Miller votes yes.
O'Day. Osborne. Yes. Paveloctomato. Porter, Sampson, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach. Yes. Walker, Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. So that stuff I was saying about votes being open till 5 o'clock, that's still true. And yes, we do have a meeting Friday morning, 10 a.m. We will be talking about and voting on judges. And I believe with that, we will recess until 5 p.m. Thank you for joining us today. See you Friday.
Everybody hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
Oh, there you go. Okay, cool. All right, Senator Lesser,
I think I
Okay.
just missed one.
I need you for 6872.
I'm a yes. And you got me on the consent calendar?
I got you on the consent.
And that was it. I think that was it.
I think you're right. Yep, you're all set.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. One. Okay, Representative Johnson, sorry about that. Can you hear me okay? Okay, cool. I have Representative Johnson upward. Is that the right order? Do you guys care? Okay. So who's still? So I've got Delaney, Johnson, and Harding. So if I could, would it be easier if I just kind of go through these together? Is that okay with everybody? Might be faster. Okay. So let's do for 152. I need Delaney.
In the affirmative.
I need Harding.
No.
Okay. For 8, Johnson, Harding, and Elliott. I also need Elliott.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. For 810, if I could have Delaney.
Yes.
Elliott.
Yes.
Harding.
Which number is this? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Senate Bill 810.
I'm a yes.
Okay. For 911, if I could have Delaney.
Yes.
Elliott.
Yes.
Harding.
I'm a yes.
Okay. For 994, Delaney.
I'm sorry. I'm a no. I apologize. I got my votes wrong on that. I apologize.
That's okay. 911, I'm going to put you as a no. Okay. 994, Delaney.
Yes.
Elliott.
Yes.
Harding.
Yes.
1035, Delaney.
Yeah.
Elliott.
Yes.
Harding.
Yes.
1058, Delaney.
Yes.
Elliott,
Yes.
Harding,
Yes.
5400 Delaney,
Yes.
Elliott,
Yes.
6620 Delaney,
Yes.
6666 Delaney,
Yes.
and then for 6872 Delaney
Yes.
and Harding.
What's the title of this bill? I'm sorry.
That's okay. 6872, which is the enact concerning faithless presidential electors and authorizing
No.
it. Okay. Okay, and then the last one is consent. So consent, I'm missing Delaney.
Affirmative.
And that's it. You're all set.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Administrator.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, I had a weird audio double Zoom problem. I think I'm good on all of them. I just didn't, I heard my name and I wasn't sure if I missed when you called me right now.
I think that you're okay, but stay there. Let me just double check just to be
My
sure.
apologies.
No, don't need, it's totally fine.
I'm still not very good at double Zooming committees.
I don't know how you do it.
Luckily, it's not often.
Oof.
I realize I'm making you do this a second time. I apologize.
No, and that's why I wanted to do everybody together. I realized I usually keep you guys sitting here. And like, what am I doing if, you know?
Yeah, it worked great.
You're covered.
Thank you. Have
All
a
set.
great rest of your week.
You
I'll see you
too. We'll see you Friday.
Bye.
Senator Harding, do you have a question or you're all set?
Hello, Kristen.
Hi, Representative, can you hear me okay?
Yes, apparently I have no tech problems and we should really go with it while we can.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, so we'll go a little bit backwards. So consent calendar first.
Yes,
Okay. All right, and then we'll start at the top. So Senate Bill 152.
and that is,
It's item number 1.
okay, yes,
Item number 2, which is 810.
yes,
911, which is item number 3.
yes,
994, which is item number 8.
that's the DMV bill?
That is the DMV bill. Yep.
Yes. Hmm,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Item number 9, which is 1035.
Item number 5?
It's item number 9. It's Senate Bill 1035.
Okay, yes,
Okay. And then we've got 1058, which is item number 10.
yes. That's a big bill, yes,
5400, which is number 13.
yes,
Okay. 6620, which is number 15.
yeah, okay,
6666, which is item 17.
yeah,
And then we've got 6872, which is item number 19.
I don't remember that bill.
That one is from GAE.
Oh, it's the faithless electors, is it?
Yes.
Yes, yes. It's in conflict with another statute, but that's fine. We'll work it out. Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. Then you're all set. Thank you. so
I'm
much,
done?
Representative. Yep. And then
No
Friday
problem?
we've got, no, you're all set. Friday we've got a hearing and a meeting for judges.
Right, I know. Good,
that's
it's good to see you. Thank you.
You too. Take care.
Hey, Nate,
Hey, Representative, how are you?
I'm good.
All right,
I
so
understand I got 3 votes, huh?
yes, so for Senate Bill 1030, let's do this. So we're going to do Senate Bill 1035, which is, one second. So 1035 is an act concerning staff work orders from labor.
I believe that we voted yes on that, right?
Yes.
All right, I'm a yes.
Okay, and then 1050.
Is that it? Preston, you're on mute.
You there?
I'm there.
Oh my God, that's weird. Okay, sorry about that. For Senate Bill 1058, which is an act concerning the Attorney General recommendations regarding consumer protection and financial reporting by charitable organizations from general law.
I'm a yes on that. Now, tell me, I know we got one more, but which one was the governor's bill that Chairman Sampson was speaking about earlier? I think it was item 17. I wasn't sure.
Governor's bill. What was it regarding?
I think it was. He said it was item 17.
It was item
Was that
17.
the
So one second.
Was
So
that the governor's
six-
bill?
Yep, 6666, and that's the next one that I need you for. So
Okay, and what is that one?
that one is an act expanding renters' rights from housing.
Okay, yeah, I voted yes on that. I voted on that in committee. I voted yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, there you go. That's it. That's all I needed for you. So thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. You have a great
Take
rest of the day, Chris.
You too.
All right, bye-bye.
Hi, Representative. Oh, you're in.
We go. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Yes, lovely. Just like I marked up the sheet, but I don't have it. So
No worries. All right, so we'll start at the top. So number one is 152, an act concerning the protection of warehouse workers from labor.
I think I'm okay with that. Everybody, that was ours, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, we're going to do number 2, 810, which is an act concerning the renting or leasing of passenger motor vehicles from transportation.
Say that again.
It's an act concerning the renting or leasing of passenger motor vehicles from transportation.
Okay. How many bills do we have?
We had 19 on the agenda, but we skipped a few.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we put like 5 on 1, 2, 3. We put 5 on consent. So
Okay.
yes for that one. All right. So for 911, which is number 3, it came from labor. It's an act increasing the threshold amount for felony unemployment compensation fraud.
Okay, yes.
Senate Bill 994, which is it's agenda item 8. Transportation and act, it's the big DMV bill.
Okay.
More helpful. It's a long title.
Yep.
How do you vote? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, just make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. 10, Senate Bill 1035, which is item 9, an act concerning stop work orders that came from labor.
Yes.
Okay. Senate Bill 1058, which is from general law, an act concerning the Attorney General's recommendations regarding consumer protection and financial reporting by charitable organizations.
Yes.
Okay. House Bill 5400, which is the preservation of stone walls in the state.
Stone walls?
Yep, that one came from environment.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we've got 6620, which is item 15, an act promoting competition and contracts between health carriers and healthcare providers.
Yes.
We've got 6666, which is from housing, an act expanding renters' rights.
Yes.
And we've got 6872, came from GAE. This is the presidential electors. An act concerning faithless presidential electors and authorizing,
Yes.
I don't know how to pronounce that word. Don't want to mispronounce. All right, and then consent calendar.
Okie dokie. I'm good. Just I'm good. Yes.
Okay. All right, you're all set. That's everything.
Thank
See you
you.
Friday. Take care.
Yep. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hi, Kirsten.
Hey, Senator. Thank you so much for jumping back on. So
No, I was coming back.
figured everybody's got so many places to be.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder.
Of course. For the first item 152,
Mm-hmm.
how do you vote?
Yes.
So I need you for 15810, which is item number 2.
Oh, yes, yes.
And 4. I need you for 911, which is number 3.
Yes.
Okay, and then 994, which is item. Is that?
994.
Yep, item 8.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and then 1035.
1035.
Number 9, stop work
Yeah.
orders.
Yes.
1058.
Oh, I missed that.
Number 10.
Recommend general. Yes.
And then I think, yeah, then I got you for the rest. Yep, you're all set.
With the consent calendar, I missed one of the numbers because I was recording them.
No worries. So the consent calendar was Senate Bill 962,
Got that one.
974 with Amendment A,
Mhm.
992,
That's the one I missed.
1088, and then 6726.
Oh, 1088?
Yep.
Oh, that was consent? Okay.
Yep.
Great. All right.
Okay.
My bills got out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You've been the greatest. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Bye.
We'll see you Friday.
Yes. Bye.
Hi, Representative.
Oh, sorry, didn't
Yeah, yeah.
realize.
Okay, so we put 5, you can hear me okay, right? Okay.
Yep.
So we put 5 on consent, we skipped a few, I'll start from the top. So the first item, which is Senate Bill 152, it came from Labor, and that concerning the protection of warehouse workers.
That did you say that was a consent or you're gonna do the other ones first?
I'm gonna do the other ones first. I'll do consent
Okay,
at the end.
so that one, yes.
Senate Bill 810, which is item number 2, an act concerning the renting or leasing of passenger motor vehicles, came from Transportation.
Yes.
911, number 3, came from Labor, an act increasing the threshold amount for felony unemployment compensation.
Yes.
994 came from Transportation. It was the big DMV bill.
Yes.
1035, an act concerning stop work orders from Labor.
Yes.
1058 came from General Law, the AG's recommendations about regarding consumer protection and financial reporting.
Yep. Yes.
5400 came from Environment, stone walls, preservation of stone
Yeah.
walls in the state. Okay.
Yes.
6620 came from Insurance. It is where am I, 6620, an act promoting competition contracts between health carriers and healthcare providers.
Yes.
6666, which came from housing, I believe, an act expanding renters' rights.
Yes.
6872 came from GAE, an act concerning faithless presidential electors.
Yes.
And then the consent calendar, which has 5 bills on it. Did you want me to list those out or no?
Yes, please.
So we've got Senate Bill 962, which is an act concerning the use of certain rodenticides.
Yep.
974, which came from General Law, an act concerning automated kiosks for consumer electronics. That one had a friendly amendment. 992, an act concerning delinquent lottery sales agents, waiver of license renewal fees for certain Connecticut Lottery Corporation employees, and disclosure of the name and address of lottery and sports wagering winners from public safety. We had 1088 on there, banks, and act concerning the financial exploitation of senior citizens, and then 6726, which came from Environment, and act concerning the regulation of livestock and certain rabbit processing facilities.
Okay, so consent calendar, yes.
Okay, that's it. You're all set.
So 6625 we didn't do, and 1076.
So 6625 we did not do, and 1076 we some people spoke on it and then we PT'd it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you so much. See you Friday.
Bye. All right. Bye.